On this episode of Lingkod Bayan Diaries, ating tunghayan ang kwento ng isa sa ating mga honor awardees.
To be a CSC Pag-asa Group Awardee is such an honor. Hindi namin siya inasahan, so we just wanted to put names on the innovations na naibigay namin sa Davao de Oro. Ako po si Joycel R.O.D., Provincial ICT Officer ng Provincial Government of Davao de Oro, Team Leader ng eGov Technical Team.
I'm George Danhil M. Duran, Computer Programmer 3.
Ako po si Mr. Wilfredo M. Galagala, Information Technology Officer 2.
Ako po si Antonio Isimini, Information Technology Officer 2.
Ako po si Antonio Salarda Jr., Computer Maintenance Technologist 2.
Kay eGov Technical Team are employees of the Provincial ICT Office of the Provincial Government of Davao de Oro. So kami yung gumagawa ng mga systems and innovations and nagsusupport din sa mga na-implement na mga systems sa iba't ibang departamento ng probinsya. Marami kaming projects, actually our systems number up to 40. Especially during the pandemic, so doon talaga nakita on how useful ICT was. During that time, challenge talaga yung team to produce projects to sustain yung online na operations. So on our part, we tried exploring open source technology. Tapos marami kaming ina-explore na networks. So first yung system is yung CallDedoc. It's a teleconsulting system na na-implement during the COVID. When the OPD services, yung outpatient department services were stopped, nag-resort to teleconsulting. Another project mentioned is yung COVID testing information system. So just like any typical molecular laboratory na systems, ito ay data bank ng mga specimens na tinitest, tapos nagbibigay yung system ng result ng mga test. During pandemic, nagamit talaga siya kasi kailangan validated yung result, so QR coded yung aming test result. Isang very challenging project namin is yung household profiling and needs assessment. So kailangan merong list ng mga possible recipients ng bigas, and then wala kaming updated list nun. So kailangan in 1 month's time makaproduce kami ng system kasi magro-roll out ng survey sa buong probinsya. Nag-try akong mag-tap sa isang UN organization, yung UNDP. Tapos, nag-request ako kung pwede ba kaming turuan on how to do survey using Kobo Collect. And we were blessed, kahit wala kaming formal agreement, no monetary considerations, tinuruan nila kami. And in 1 month's time, na-produce namin yung app. Then after that, dire-diretso na po. Hindi rin namin ma-imagine na in 6 months' time, nakandak yung survey using employees only of the provincial government. So nakamobilize kami ng mga 200 plus enumerators. Talagang nilibot yung entire province, 236 barangays, bahay-bahay yan. Tapos nakuha namin yung data with maps. Na mapping namin yung mga households. So and very appreciated po yung output ng systems. Kami nasa LGU, na-feel namin yung need na dapat ma-institutionalize yung ICT departments. Nasa digital age na tayo, so hindi pwedeng hindi tayo mag-upgrade or mag-adapt ng ICT. So basically yung ICT, nagagamit siya para ma-optimize yung ating mga processes. Aside from that, yung interconnectivity, interoperability ng different offices, napapadali yun through ICT. So, talagang dapat i-leverage yung ICT ng any organization, not just the government. Kung mapansin nyo, lahat ng developed countries is naka-leverage talaga sila sa ICT. Maraming magaling sa Philippines, medyo may problema lang tayo dun sa interconnectivity and interoperability kasi parang nangyari, parang kanya-kanya yung mga LGUs, kanya-kanyang innovations. And if you can see from the national, paiba-iba yung mga systems hanggang dun sa baba. So, yun din isa sa panawagan namin, sana magkaroon ng uniform na standards and protocols in developing systems para hindi masayang yung mga efforts ng mga nasa baba. Okay, my message to my fellow public servants, so let us continue to be a gift. Di ba, pag gift ka, maganda ka, mapapasaya mo yung recipient, kay magiging useful ka sa recipient. So, isa lang yun sa palagi kong isinasa puso, no?
Continue to adapt to the change, especially in ICT innovation. Even though marami tayong challenges na related to it, just continue to adapt to the ever-changing progress in technology.
Kaya ang masabi ko lang sa mga kawani ng gobyerno, kung trabaho tayo, gawin natin talaga yung nasa puso natin.
Gawin mo lang ang dapat mong gawin upang kung ano mang gusto mong maitulong para sa bayan.
Na patuloy lang natin ang ating mga mabubuting gawain sa gobyerno para sa ating mga kababayang Pilipino.
Kami ang EGOV Technical Team ng Davao de Oro at ito ang aming kwentong Lingkod Bayani.
Inyong natunghayan ang kwento ng ating Lingkod Bayani. Kung ikaw ay may kilalang Lingkod Bayani, maaari siyang i-nominate sa Honor Awards Program ng Civil Service Commission. For nomination procedures, go to www.csc.gov.ph. See you on the next episode of Lingkod Bayan Diaries.
Good day to all of you. On behalf of the University Registrar's Office, I welcome everyone warmly. As the head of this esteemed institution, I am privileged to introduce our office and share the valuable services we provide. The University Registrar's Office serves as the administrative heart of our university, functioning as a central hub for academic records, student enrollment, and course registration. We are dedicated to supporting the success of our students and personnel by ensuring the smooth operation of all educational processes. Our mission as an academic unit, the University Registrar's Office, will be taking care of the enrollment, graduation, and records management as it takes custody of academic records of all graduates and the issuance of official academic documents of students and graduates. Whether you are a current student, a prospective applicant, a faculty member, or an alumnus, our dedicated team is here to assist you. From guiding you through the enrollment process to helping you access and maintain your academic records, we are committed to providing exceptional service with efficiency and professionalism. In addition to our core responsibilities, we are continually strive to improve our services by embracing technological advancements and streamlining our operations. We aim to enhance accessibility, transparency, and convenience for all clients, allowing you to focus on what matters most, your education and intellectual growth. As University Registrar, I am honored to lead a team of talented professionals passionate about supporting your academic journey. We understand the challenges and aspirations of higher education and are dedicated to serving as your trusted partner throughout your time at our university. In closing, I extend my heartfelt welcome once again. The University Registrar's Office is here to assist, inspire, and empower you as you embark on your intellectual endeavors. We look forward to collaborating with you and contributing to your success in every possible way. Thank you, and may this be the beginning of a remarkable academic journey for each of you as a university for humanity.
On this episode of Lingkod Bayan Diaries, ating tunghayan ang kwento ng isa sa ating mga honor awardees.
To be a CSC Pag-asa Group Awardee is such an honor. Hindi namin siya inasahan, so we just wanted to put names on the innovations na naibigay namin sa Davao de Oro. Ako po si Joycel R. Odi, Provincial ICT Officer ng Provincial Government of Davao de Oro, Team Leader ng eGov Technical Team.
I'm George Danhil M. Duran, Computer Programmer 3.
Ako po si Mr. Wilfredo M. Galagala, Information Technology Officer 2.
Ako po si Antonio Isimini, Information Technology Officer 2.
Ako po si Antonio Salarda Jr., Computer Maintenance Technologist 2.
Kay eGov Technical Team are employees of the Provincial ICT Office of the Provincial Government of Davao de Oro. So kami yung gumagawa ng mga systems and innovations and nagsusupport iba't ibang departamento ng probinsya. Marami kaming projects, actually our systems number up to 40. Especially during the pandemic, so doon talaga nakita on how useful ICT was. During that time, challenge talaga yung team to produce projects to sustain yung online na operations. So on our part, we tried exploring open source technology. Tapos marami kaming na-explore na networks. So first yung system is yung CallDedoc. It's a teleconsulting system na na-implement during the COVID. When the OPD services, yung outpatient department services were stopped, nag-resort to teleconsulting. Another project mentioned is yung COVID testing information system. So just like any typical molecular laboratory na systems, ito ay data bank ng mga specimens na tinitest, tapos nagbibigay yung system ng result ng mga test. During pandemic, nagamit talaga siya kasi kailangan validated yung result, so QR coded yung aming test result. Isang very challenging project namin is yung household profiling and needs assessment. So, kailangan merong list ng mga possible recipients ng bigas, and then wala kaming updated list nun. So, kailangan in 1 month's time makaproduce kami ng system kasi magro-roll out ng survey sa buong probinsya. Nag-try akong mag-tap sa isang UN organization, yung UNDP. Tapos, nag-request ako kung pwede ba kaming turuan on how to do survey using Kobo Collect. And we were blessed, kahit wala kaming formal agreement, no monetary considerations, tinuruan nila kami. And in 1 month's time, na-produce namin yung app. And then after that, dire-diretso na po. Hindi rin namin ma-imagine na in 6 months' time, nakandak yung survey using employees only of the provincial government. So nakamobilize kami ng mga 200 plus enumerators. Talagang nilibot yung entire province, 236 barangays, bahay-bahay yan. Tapos nakuha namin yung data with maps. Na mapping namin yung mga households. So, and very appreciated po yung output ng systems. Kami nasa LGU, na-feel namin yung need na dapat ma-institutionalize yung ICT departments. Nasa digital age na tayo, so hindi pwedeng hindi tayo mag-upgrade or mag-adapt ng ICT. So basically, yung ICT, nagagamit siya para ma-optimize yung ating mga processes. Aside from that, yung interconnectivity, interoperability ng different offices, napapadali yun through ICT. So, talagang dapat i-leverage yung ICT ng any organization, not just the government. Kung mapansin nyo, lahat ng developed countries is naka-leverage talaga sila sa ICT. Maraming magaling sa Philippines, medyo may problema lang tayo dun sa interconnectivity and interoperability kasi parang nangyari, parang kanya-kanya. Yung mga LGUs, kanya-kanyang innovations. And if you can see from the national, paiba-iba yung mga systems hanggang dun sa baba. So, yun din isa sa panawagan namin sana magkaroon ng uniform na standards and protocols in developing systems para hindi masayang yung mga efforts ng mga nasa baba. Okay, my message to my fellow public servants, so let us continue to be a gift. Di ba, pag gift ka, maganda ka, mapapasaya mo yung recipient, kay magiging useful ka sa recipient. So isa lang yun sa palagi kong isinasa puso, no?
Continue to adapt to the change, especially in ICT innovation. Even though marami tayong challenges na related to it, just continue to adapt to the ever-changing progress in technology.
Kaya ang masabi ko lang sa mga kawali ng gobyerno, kung trabaho tayo, gawin natin talaga yung nasa puso natin.
Gawin mo lang ang dapat mong gawin upang kung ano mang gusto mong maitulong para sa bayan.
Na patuloy lang natin ang ating mga mabubuting gawain sa gobyerno para sa ating mga kababayang Pilipino.
Kami ang EGOV Technical Team ng Davao de Oro at ito ang aming kwentong Lingkod Bayani.
Inyong natunghayan ang kwento ng ating Lingkod Bayani. Kung ikaw ay may kilalang Lingkod Bayani, maaari siyang i-nominate sa Honor Awards Program ng Civil Service Commission. For nomination procedures, go to www.csc.gov.ph. See you on the next episode of Lingkod Bayan Diaries.
Good day to all of you. On behalf of the University Registrar's Office, I welcome everyone warmly. As the head of this esteemed institution, I am privileged to introduce our office and share the valuable services we provide. The University Registrar's Office serves as the administrative heart of our university, functioning as a central hub for academic records, student enrollment, and course registration. We are dedicated to supporting the success of our students and personnel by ensuring the smooth operation of all educational processes. Our mission as an academic unit the University Registrar's Office will be taking care of the enrollment, graduation, and records management as it takes custody of academic records of all graduates and the issuance of official academic documents of students and graduates. Whether you are a current student, a prospective applicant, a faculty member, or an alumnus, our dedicated team is here to assist you. From guiding you through the enrollment process to helping you access and maintain your academic records, we are committed to providing exceptional service with efficiency and professionalism. In addition to our core responsibilities, we are continually strive to improve our services by embracing technological advancements and streamlining our operations. We aim to enhance accessibility, transparency, and convenience for all clients, allowing you to focus on what matters most, your education and intellectual growth. As University Registrar, I am honored to lead a team of talented professionals passionate about supporting your academic journey. We understand the challenges and aspirations of higher education and are dedicated to serving as your trusted partner throughout your time at our university. In closing, I extend my heartfelt welcome once again. The University Registrar's Office is here to assist, inspire, and empower you as you embark on your intellectual endeavors. We look forward to collaborating with you and contributing to your success in every possible way. Thank you, and may this be the beginning of a remarkable academic journey for each of you as a university for humanity.
not so much a destination as it is a journey. So I, like you, like everyone, I am also on a journey on being a leader in my own way, as a professional, as a Filipino, as a Bicolano. And so let's begin. What makes a great leader? That's a good question. So before we begin, I like to do an overview of what I will be discussing, so that as early as now, you are already well apprised of what I will be talking about. So my topic is actually divided into three main subtopics, which is arranged in a sort of inverted pyramid, very journalist. So we have like the general to more specific and a very specific topic. So pretty much that's the structure. The first subtopic would be leadership in general. So quite a general topic, of course. And next would be the qualities of a great leader. So medyo specific na tayo, medyo nitty-gritty na tayo. And finally, very specific for this particular audience, that would be youth leadership. So that would be the three main components of my talk today. So for the first one, leadership in general. When we encounter or when we hear the term leadership, what is the first mental picture that comes to mind? Immediately comes to mind. Maybe something like this, you know, a president, no, on the podium, talking to or addressing a large crowd. In this case, this is, can anyone guess who this is? This is a former U.S. president. Okay, that's the correct answer. Pop quiz, that's not all. I have a question again. Whoever answers correctly, this pop quiz question will win a special prize in the form of a gift voucher for 1 free notarial from my office. So it's up for grabs. So here's the question. Are you ready? Question. Aside from having been presidents, what do former US President Ronald Reagan, who is shown in this photo, and former Philippine President Joseph Estrada have in common? Yes. Okay. I guess that would apply more to Joseph Estrada. Not so much, but thank you for your answer. Let's hear from the other one. Yes, sir. Yes, that's correct. 1 gift voucher for notarial for sir. Okay. Yes, the commonality between President Erap and President Reagan is that they were both former actors, believe it or not. And so there, that's our first example of, you know, a mental picture of what leadership looks like. The President of the United States, POTUS, very powerful individual. Some people say he's the most powerful individual in the world at any given point in time. And speaking of leaders, we have here a plethora, cornucopia of world leaders all in one picture. But we have, let's see if we can name some characters here. We have Vladimir Putin, we have Xi Jinping of China, that's President Biden, the USA, Maduro, I think, of Venezuela, Angela Merkel, Chancellor of Germany, Emmanuel Macron, President of France, and I'm not sure of the others. But they're all world leaders. So again, the same theme is, you know, I guess going through my mind when I was making this. But when I was thinking again of another mental picture, here is what came to mind. Would anybody know who this military officer in the middle is? Yes. This is from World War II. It's Yes, that's right. Ako, may mga history buff pala tayo dito, ano? Wow, I'm getting impressed. Okay, we have history buffs in this room. Diba? This young, they really know their history. So that's correct. This is General George S. Patton, one of the most colorful characters during World War II. He was quite a character. If you want an idea of who this guy was, just Google George Patton, General Patton speech. And when you read that speech, that's pretty much a summary of the kind of leader and the kind of military official that he was. And here is another photo, which again crossed my mind, and so I included it here. There is here a man, a small man in the middle, in the foreground. Who is this man? Yes. Yes, that's correct. Okay, more. We have more history buffs. So, Mahatma Gandhi was a political activist who led many non-violent campaigns and mass actions for the advancement of civil and political rights in India, his home country. The most significant of which was the campaign to end British colonial rule. Because for a long time, diba, India was a colony, like the Philippines was also a colony of first the Kingdom of Spain, and then the United States, and then briefly we were occupied by the Japanese during the war. So they also had a long struggle with colonial rule and all of the human rights violations and the repression of basic human rights, really, during that time. So Mahatma Gandhi had millions of followers and was respected the world over. And yet, he did not hold any single political or public office. What was his secret? We'll find out later. We'll have an idea of what his secret was in a short while. All right, so here we are, the word leadership, or the concept, the term leadership. There have been many definitions offered for the term leadership. It is quite a flexible and academically debatable concept. But for me personally, it is this. Leadership is a condition where one commands, controls, directs, influences, or guides another's thoughts and or actions. Now, from this definition, you might be able to surmise that someone who has leadership, or someone who is a leader basically, is someone who has what? What does he or she have? Starts with the letter P. That's right. A leader has necessarily, by this definition, a leader has power. Someone who has power. What is power? Power is the ability to cause or create change, whether that change be good or bad. In the case of leadership, a leader has the power to cause or create change, first, in the person or persons that they are leading, and second, to the community, to the people that they have led or are leading. So that is really the power in the hands of a leader. It can have an effect, or it can be effective not only through the follower who a leader is leading, but more so through a ripple effect, so to speak, in the community wherein the followers are influencing events and circumstances. So that is actually the great potential that the power of leadership has. And you, as young as you are, already have that. And later on, we will explore what it is to be a leader, and specifically what should be on top of our minds when we handle this kind of power in our hands. All right, so let us chop up the term or the concept a little bit more. So I came up with this essential requisites of leadership. Now, this is something right out of a law textbook. So when we talk about requisites, it is a set of ingredients, so to speak, kung baga sa lulutuin, yun yung mga rekado na dapat nandyan lahat. Kasi kung may kulang, hindi yun yung, that's not it. Kung hindi masarap, kasi may kulang. Hindi, yung adobo, kapag walang toyo, hindi adobo yun. So it's the same concept here. In law, we usually refer to essential requisites or simply requisites, meaning without these ingredients, something cannot exist, strictly speaking. For example, in a contract, the essential requisites of a contract is first, the consent of the parties involved. Second would be the object certain of the contract, and third would be the cause or consideration for entering into the contract. Let's take, for example, a contract of the sale of a car being sold. The consent of the parties involved, by the way, are, of course, the seller of the car, the owner of the car, and the buyer, the one who wants to buy. So first, the consent of the buyer and the seller is reached once, for example, they shake hands in a done deal because they finally agreed on which car and for what price it is to be sold. Moments later, that consent may be preserved or recorded in the form of a deed of sale, which is signed by the buyer and the seller. So that is the manifestation of the consent of the parties. And then, second, for the object certain, what is the object certain? Of course, it is the car, the particular car being sold. And finally, the third one would be the cause or the consideration. So, on the part of the seller, the cause or consideration or the reason why the seller is entering into a contract of sale is because he or she wants to get paid the money for selling the car, to liquidate the car. Pera. Mako-convert nga into pera yung kotse niya. Gusto niya nang i-dispose. Yung buyer naman, of course, gusto niya makabili ng kotse. That's his reason, the cause or consideration for the contract. So lahat yon, kapag ka nandoon lahat, we have a complete contract. All of the requisites have been met. So as you can see from that example, talagang necessary lahat kasi kapag kulang ng kahit isa lang, hindi talaga mabubuo kahit anong gawin mo. Similarly in leadership, dapat kompleto din ang ingredients. So these are the ingredients. First of all, there should be a leader. Kasi without a leader, there's no leadership to speak of. And speaking of leader, there cannot be a leader if there are no followers or there's no follower. Well, because the leader needs a follower to be a leader. And there is no such thing as follower kung walang leader. So those two. So parang sila yung parties dito in a leadership situation. And of course, there is yung kanina sa definition natin, there is command, control, direction, influence, or guidance of the leader over the follower or followers. And the final element or requisite is the change in the follower's thoughts or actions, because as we discussed earlier, a leader has the power to cause or create change. And if he or she does that to the thoughts and or actions of his or her followers, then that means the leader is actually leading. So we have a leadership going on. So that would be the requisites of leadership. Where leadership applies. Okay, so we can conclude from our previous discussion that leadership does not only apply in the cliched or stereotype sense of a person being in some public position or office or some other elevated or distinguished social role. Because leadership as a concept or even as a philosophy or as a way of life applies to any situation, regardless of scale, where there is a moral obligation or necessity for one person to lead another. For example, president and citizens, commander and subordinate, in the military, employer and employee, teacher and student, parent and child, and countless other leader-follower relationships. What can anybody give other examples of leader and follower relationship? I can think of one. Maybe wife and husband. Are you married, ma'am? Is that true? Uh, the wife being the leader and the okay. Because I don't know yet if that is true. I'm not yet married, but I might find out soon enough. For those who are married, no? Okay. So, okay, I guess for in the case of sir, that is very much true. Okay, I'll find out soon enough myself. So yes, those are some examples of leader-follower relationships. And if you can observe, not all of them involve some sort of public office or position or social status. It can be as simple as, diba, a very interpersonal, one-is-to-one relationship like parent and child. Yung older sibling to a younger sibling. Diba? There is an element of moral ascendancy kasi in leadership. So, hindi yun yung again it connects with what our introductory speakers were talking about earlier, na hindi naman yan necessarily dahil may position ka lang doon lang umiikot ang concept ng leadership. It applies to many relationships, from large to small. It doesn't matter regardless of scale. All right. Now, konting information sharing, dahil nandito naman tayo sa general topic of leadership, I will share with you the 3 main types of leadership styles according to research. So there are 3 main types. The first type of leadership is called the authoritarian or dictatorial type of leadership. In an authoritarian leadership, the leader demands immediate compliance from followers. Utos siya, dapat sundin mo kaagad. Ngayon, paano kung hindi sinunod yung utos niya? Well, non-compliance is dealt with harsh consequences. Punishment, sanction. And followers are discouraged from questioning or giving their opinions. So walang nang tanong-tanong. Kung anong sinabi ko, gawin mo. So that is the hallmarks of an authoritarian leadership style. Sounds familiar, no? Diba? Sounds familiar. As history tells us, this is not really the best style of leadership for most situations, because it tends to instill fear instead of respect and stifles creativity and freedom, which are essential parts of our human dignity. However, okay, there's an exception to the rule. However, this style of leadership does find application in certain situations where time is of the essence. Diba? Kasi kapag kaganyan na kagad-agad sundin mo, ibig sabihin, wala nang oras para mag-usap pa tayo, mag-discussion pa tayo. Just do it right away. There is urgency involved. So, what situations have that kind of urgency? Of course, in crisis situations, war, calamities, and other kinds of situations where there's no time to have long discussions and exchanges of thoughts and opinions. Lives are at stake. So the leader must make quick decisions that are immediately executed by the followers. So that's the first type of leadership. The second type of leadership style is called laissez-faire, which is a French term meaning let it be, hayaan mo lang. And for my part, I call it the bahala na kayo style. Because in this type of leadership style, the leader has minimal involvement in decision making. The role of the leader here is simply to create and provide the overall goal or direction for the group, for the followers, and provide, or rather leaves the finer details to be decided by the followers. The leader provides guidance only when requested by the follower. So medyo passive type of leadership ito. This style may be appropriate where the followers are very highly skilled and or experienced or experts in their fields. Now, in that case, being experts, the followers know better than the leader with regard to their particular line of work. So, it would be somewhat improper for the leader to tell them how to do their job. Kami itong expert, that's why you hired us, because we're specialists. Why are you going to tell us how to do our job? So, this is the appropriate style for that. Ang role lang ng leader is provide lang yung general policy or direction na susundan ng lahat. And then yung mga followers below, they will do their thing, so to speak, diba? The leader will allow them that necessary freedom and creativity to solve the problems at their level, but still following the general direction set by the leader. For example, you're the president of a country. Wow. From student leader to president, no? And your department heads are all experts. Magaling kang presidente. Hindi ka naman nag-a-appoint ng kaibigan mo lang, kaklase mo, kung sino lang na humingi ng pabor. Pare, parang wala tayong pinagsamahan. Baka pwedeng ipasok mo si ganito, ganyan, ba? Hindi, magaling ka. You value meritocracy. Diba? You value skill, experience when you appoint your cabinet. So in this case, you appointed a cabinet composed of experts, professionals, lawyers, engineers, accountants, doctors, social workers, business executives, etc. So as president, you simply craft the general guidelines of what you want to achieve in each department. For example, in the field of, let's say, peace and order, one of your goals is to decrease the prevalence of investment scams, for example, where thousands of people are being victimized and billions of pesos are being lost to these criminals. So what do? Well, you don't really know how to conduct law enforcement operations because you're not a police officer, you don't have a background in law enforcement. But since you're a good president, you're a good leader, you know which of the offices under you are equipped with the know-how and resources to do the job. So you instruct, let's say mga investment scam, no? Mga illegal securities siguro. So you invite the commissioner of the Securities and Exchange Commission. You invite the chief of the Philippine National Police, the director of the NBI, and other related agencies patungkol sa problemang ito. And you tell them, mag-join forces kayo, you create a task force. You create a task force that will launch an aggressive public information drive and other strategies to discourage the public from entertaining these get-rich-quick scams. Kung kailangan ninyong magpa-commercial sa YouTube or sa TV, gawin nyo. We will provide you with the resources to do that. From there, these officers will be free to formulate and implement the strategy. Hindi na masyado makikialam si Mr. President or Mrs. President. Every now and then, magmo-monitor ka na lang ng progress nila, asking for updates, and you also give them words of encouragement every now and then, and some praise, of course, words of praise whenever may accomplishment sila. So that is an example of how a laissez-faire leadership style works. Okay? And then finally is the democratic style of leadership. So this is somewhat in between of the authoritarian and laissez-faire styles. In the democratic style, the followers are involved in the decision-making. So, parang laissez-faire, pero not quite because kahit papano, the leader still possesses control, guidance, and influence. Hindi tulad sa laissez-faire na parang, sige, kayo nang bahala niyan. Ito ang gusto kong gawin nyo, pero you do your thing. You're the experts in that. In the democratic style, the leader still has quite a bit of control over the followers. Pero the leader exercises that control not like in the manner of the authoritarian style, but rather ginagamit niya yon para i-encourage yung followers niya to give feedback, give opinion, because feedback and opinion are encouraged in this style. Kumbaga, there is power and control, okay, given the same as found in the authoritarian style, but this is somewhat limited or checked, so to speak, by the feedback mechanism and empowerment of the followers to offer constructive criticism, suggestions, as opposed to the complete absence thereof in the authoritarian style. Kasi sa authoritarian, di ba, walang boses ang follower. Basta susunod ka lang. Kapag hindi ka sumunod, pa, consequences. But here, walang ganon. The followers are encouraged to participate in the decision-making process. Okay, so we've already finished the first part. So now it's the second part, the qualities of a great leader. So medyo focus na tayo sa individual dito. The individual qualities or attributes of a great leader. A great leader has a set of skills and qualities that make him effective in the role. Now, these skills and qualities can be quite diverse and may depend on the particular leadership role. Oo nga naman. Kasi iba-iba naman talaga ang, di ba, leadership situations or leadership relationships are quite varied, as we discussed earlier. Now, I will only present 4, which I believe, and based on my experience observing great leaders and their habits and practices, are again the essential requisites for every good leader. So, are you ready? 4 qualities of a great leader. The first one, initiative. Initiative has been defined as doing the right thing without being told. Kumbaga, such a person who has initiative has already reached a level of maturity in that alam na niya kung anong tama eh. May idea na siya. What is right, what is wrong, what is proper. At kung kailan dapat umaksyon kapag kinakailangan. So, gagawin na niya. Kapag nakita niyang may kailangan gawin and nasa posisyon naman siya at may karapatan naman talaga siyang umaksyon, hindi na siya mag-aantay na, uy, pwede bang magsisikuan? Ikaw na. Hindi na. Like, for example, kanina, di ba, I observed when we were about to sing the national anthem. Hindi gumagana yung natin, yung music sana, audiovisual. Somebody stepped up. Somebody had the initiative to come forward and make, to solve the problem so that we can proceed with the program. So, shout out na lang kay Kuya na dito. Si Scott. Yes. Shout out kay Scott for being a very good example of the first quality of a great leader, which is initiative. Diba? And a leader who has initiative is someone who has the moral and emotional courage to step up or speak up when needed. Like, yun nga, yung kasasabi ng natin ngayon. In other words, a leader is one who does not allow their personal fear or emotions to defeat their deep sense of duty. Nahihiya ako eh. Medyo, hindi naman ako sanay na magsalita sa harap. I mean, okay, that's a valid emotion. Kahit naman ako, guys, kinakabahan din ako ngayon. May karap ako ganito karaming tao. Hindi ako sanay na, I don't do this every day. Stepping up to a stage like this with a microphone in front of how many people? More than 50, 60 or something. This is not my daily activity. So di ako sanay sa ganito. Even in court, when I appear for a hearing, I admit that I am scared and somewhat intimidated sometimes. Or not even sometimes. Most of the time. Because I'm just, a new lawyer. Hindi pa ako masyadong sanay. My voice, which is normally loud and direct, my friends can attest to this. My friends and family can attest to this. Malakas ang boses ko eh. Naturalesa ko yun. Pero pag nasa court na, it becomes a whisper. And the judge will tell me, come again, counsel, I didn't hear you. Imagine, hearing yun, pero the judge cannot hear me. Diba? So, pero that won't stop me from doing my job. I will still show up. I will still go to that hearing even if my heart is palpitating with fear. General Patton, di ba, the general na pinakita natin kanina with the baton and with that imposing persona, put it this way. Sabi niya, every man is scared in his first action. If he says he's not, he's a liar. But the real hero is the man who fights even though he's scared. So that would be cap the second point on a leader of having initiative, having the moral and emotional courage to step or speak up when needed. Second would be integrity. Integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is looking. It means that you're not doing good merely to earn the praise of others, but because you're doing good for its own sake. A leader with integrity is not self-levitating or self-promoting. And ito ang isa sa pinaka-importante sa pagiging leader is he or she leads by example first and foremost. It is a very quiet way of leading. You don't even have to speak or talk to do this, but it is one of the most, if not the most effective way of leadership strategy. By walking talk, so to speak, a leader shows that they mean what they say and that they have credibility, the believability to be followed as a leader. Diba? Because no one would follow a leader who says one thing, but yung gawa niya, italiwas naman dun sa sinasabi niya. That leader, kung ganun ang ginagawa niya, says one thing, does another, that leader has no credibility. So, in other words, he or she is not worthy of belief. So how can you be an effective leader if you're like that? And thirdly, a leader with integrity acknowledges and owns up to mistakes. We are all human, which means that every now and then, we make a wrong judgment, a bad decision, a miscalculation, or a mistake. A leader is ever mindful of this. And when it happens to them, they are accountable to their followers. Okay, keyword here is accountable. By acknowledging, apologizing, and most importantly, making a way to right the wrong. This sense of personal accountability and justice is a very important component of a leader's integrity. I would go so far as to say that without it, this is really the heart and the soul of being a good leader. If you don't have this kind of personal accountability, then you cannot be a good leader or a leader at all. So this is really the this is the star of the show right now dito sa discussion natin. And another key quality of a good leader is the ability to listen. Listening. It's not just a quality, it's also a skill. So this is something that can be developed. A good leader listens more than he speaks. Why? Because by listening more, he or she is more informed about what the needs of his or her followers are. So kapag nagsalita siya, may basehan yung sinasabi niya. Hindi siya nagsasalita out of conjectures or mere guessing, but because he or she listened first, di alam niya kung saan nanggagaling yung problema ng followers niya. And not just listening to his or her followers, but also listening or watching sa paligid niya kung ano yung area of responsibility niya. Kung ika nga, a good leader is very perceptive and sensitive of the situation na kanyang under sa kanyang responsibility. And finally, a good leader is service-oriented. Leadership is the leader's service to their followers. In Matthew 23, verse 11 to 12, Jesus said, "The greatest among you will be your servant. For those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted." This was his directive to his followers, because Jesus was quite a leader, right? Because of his leadership, he grew a church numbering billions of leaders 2,000 plus years later. So this was his directive to his initial followers, the apostles and the disciples. For Jesus, leadership is inseparable from servanthood. Therefore, leadership is actually a leader's service, or in Filipino, paglilingkod sa kanyang mga followers. good leaders do not see themselves as someone to be served. On the contrary, they see themselves who is in the service of his or her followers. In other words, mas binibigyan niya ng importansya ang kanyang mga followers kaysa sa sarili niya. This holds true even if a leader exercises control, command, direction, influence, or guidance over their followers. Because a good leader uses these powers to serve their followers, not themselves, to bring out the best in them, and to ensure that their needs are also being met para maging effective sila sa role nila. And finally, the last segment of my short talk would be youth leadership. So, ito talaga, tinatarget ko na talaga kayo. Kasi kayo itong andito mga youth mga bata pa hindi tulad ko. Medyo, on the way out from the youth sector. But anyway, in this third and final segment of our talk here today, we will now delve into the specific subtopic of youth leadership. That is, leadership carried out by young people, just like you. Here, we will try to answer the following questions. Number one, do the youth have a right to be leaders? Or do they have a right to lead? Ang babata pa nila Okay. Yes daw. Ano yan? Okay. And, ayan. So, that's the first question. Yes daw. May narinig ako. Yes daw. Second question, are the youth empowered to take up leadership roles in society? Another yes. And third question, how can the youth be leaders despite their young age? Ba? Kasi di ba ang unang kine-question sa isang, yes daw. Okay, good, great, sige. Diba? Kasi, okay. How can they be leaders? Babata pa nila. Kasi di ba ang unang kine-question sa isang youth leader is, ang bata mo pa, ano bang qualifications mo? What are your credentials? What experience do you have? Ba? Papunta ka pa lang, pabalik na ako. Iba, ganun ang linyahan ng mga matatanda But, let's try to answer those questions. Okay. So, let's try to approach yung mga tanong natin by looking at a legal basis. Diba? No less than the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines. In Article 2, the Declaration of Principles and State Policy, Section 13 provides, the state recognizes the vital role of the youth in nation building and shall promote and protect their physical, moral, and spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being. It shall inculcate in the youth patriotism and nationalism and encourage their involvement in public and civic affairs. Amen. Diba? Yan nasa yan. That's when you flip open the book of the Constitution. This in the first 2 pages, nandyan kaagad yan. So it really emphasizes the importance of the youth, ba? In nation building. Batas na nagsasabi, this is the mother of all laws. And this policy in particular, I believe, is quite on point and absolutely applicable to the Philippine context. Why? Because the Philippines has a very youthful population. An estimated 42.3 million Filipinos are between the ages 5 and 24 years old, or about 38.8%. Opposite tayo ng ibang bansa, such as Japan and other countries in Europe, where they have an aging population. Tayo, we have the complete opposite. We have a very young population. The positive aspect of this is that we have a lot of human potential and human capital. So, yan ang advantage natin as a youthful population. Now, speaking of the mother of all laws, sino naman ang mga anak nito? Meron tayong mga anak, di ba? Do the youth have a right to be leaders? Di ba? Answer nyo kanina, yes. Sure enough, the law supports your answer, yes. Why? Because, in fact, youth leadership in political affairs, at least, is institutionalized, like in the form of the Sangguniang Kabataan Law. RA 10742. The youth is also specially recognized as a sector in the Party List System Act, where it provides in Section 9 that in case of an specific talaga to, talagang pinunterya nila ito, in case of a nominee of the youth sector in a party list, he must at least be 25 but not more than 30 years of age on the day of the election. So, ang ibig sabihin, dapat youth ka talaga to represent the youth sector in the party list. I guess, based from this, di na youth si Attorney Ranare kasi this month, lagpas na ng 30 sa attorney. Hindi na, labos na ako. I'm on my way out na. Pero di bali, at least, hindi naman halata na more than 30 na tayo, no? Diba? Because I look like I'm more than 40. Diba? That's what some people told me, and I'm inclined to believe that. Anyway, let's move on. How to be a youth leader. Okay, hindi naman ito parang sermon na mahaba, kundi 3 pointers na lang na kinondense ko na lahat-lahat, yung mga diniscuss natin kanina, and some personal insights, dito ko na rin pinasok. May mga pinagugutan din ako ditong personal experience. When I was still a youth, keyword was. Okay. How to be a youth leader. First pointer for me, discover and recognize the potential that you possess in the form of skills, talents, and gifts. This time of your life is the perfect time to discover yourself. Have the personal courage and initiative and healthy adventurousness to join activities that pique your interest, whether on or off campus. It could be a hobby, a sport, and advocacy. By experimenting like this, you are giving yourself an opportunity to know yourself better, to discover skills, talents, and gifts that you may have never been aware of before, and to get to know other people who share the same interests as you or may be able to help you on your journey. In my case, ito, konting personal experience lang, kwento. It was my grade 5 advisor at Daraga North Central School where I went to elementary, Mrs. Belen Manjares, who helped me discover a talent for writing. I was already an on and off budding writer as a child. I remember I was in grade 2 when I first wrote my short story. Tsamba-tsamba ko lang. In English, no? Kasi English talaga ako ever since. Englishero. Diba? I've been accused of being an Englishero until now. Kaya nga, ayun, naging lawyer tuloy. So, I was already, a writer back in the day. Parang kon lang, tsamba-tsamba. But Mrs. Manjares, who happened, di ba, siya yung advisor ko nung grade 5, she also happened to be the advisor of the school paper, the Northern Light, doon sa Daraga North. Tapos, na-discover niya ako doon sa team writing. Does anybody recall or have experienced the thin blue theme notebooks where you would write essays and that kind of stuff? Diba? Yes, diba? There's one in English and one in Filipino. So, that was how I was kind of discovered by Mrs. Manjares. So she encouraged me to take writing more seriously. She put me on board the publication. First as a parang a small role lang muna, small lang. And then, mini-mentor na niya ako until such time na I became trained in news writing. And then, from there, news writing, I became, nag-specialize na ako in copy reading and headline writing. So, this is basically, kapag sinabing editor, yun, copy reading and headline writing. My job was to take the articles written by others and edit them, correct them before they go to press. And in the case of news articles, it was my job to write the title called the headline. That is the role of the copy reader. And because of this, nahasa din ako lalo dahil ibinala ni rin ako sa press conference, di ba? That is a nationwide competition, di ba, of campus journalists. It starts at the district level. That's the lowest level. Then when you keep winning from district level to then, in our case, may congressional level pa nga eh. And then after that, you go to the division level, province of Albay in my case, kasi Daraga. And then after that, regional level na, Region 5, wow, buong region na, kalaban mo from all the different provinces. And then, kapag talagang nag-placer ka pa sa regional, ikaw nang pamato ng region mo sa National Schools Press Conference, which to me is equivalent to a free vacation. And that's that's really, wow, 2 thumbs up. Presscon baby din ito eh. Diba? That's all I cared for, really. I didn't really care about winning the competition because for me, it was just an opportunity to have 5 days off of school. Diba? Free food, free lodging, and then we meet all sorts of people, cool kids. Diba? It's a fun experience. That's all. Diba? Very fun memories for me. So I went to Surigao City National 2005, and then Kalibo Aklan 2006, and then later in high school Naga City. Kasi yun nga lang 2009 yata yun Naga City, and I was a little bit sad kasi medyo malapit lang, walang masyadong travel. Diba? Land trip lang and all that, 2 hours away. Pero still, I met a lot of great people and lots of fun experiences during those times. So anyway, going back, yun na, naging campus journalist ako, and it turns out this was to be my foundational skill, which I banked on later when I took up DevCom. Kasi actually, ang akala ko nga magdo-doktor ako pero by the leadership influence of my mother, sabi niya sa akin, Noy, you're a very good writer. That's always been your skill. So why don't you take up a course in communication? So binigyan ako ng option, you can go to UPLB, DevCom, or there's also a course being offered in Ateneo, in Naga. So I chose Ateneo kasi medyo mas malapit. And I had quite a bit of difficulty then during my college days because yun yung panahon na I was discovering myself talaga. Diba? Doon ko na-experience as a teenager yung identity crisis. Hindi ko alam kung ano ba talaga ang puwang ko sa mundo, kung ano ang purpose ko sa buhay. I was really groping in the dark at the time. Ano ba talaga ang ang mangyayari sa buhay ko, anong kapalaran ko. So I just went through the motions until I graduated. Pero along the way, I also met lots of people who imparted on me very important life lessons. And then after that, I entered the workforce. I joined the DENR as information officer. So, di ba, very DevCom yung trabaho ko. Journalist pa rin talaga ako kasi my job was really to write on behalf of our bureau, Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau in particular. Di ba? I had to represent the bureau in the press. And now, ba, after 4 years, I took up law. I had been mulling the idea when I was still in college. But finally, after 4 years in the DNR, again, with the prodding of my personal leader, my mother, sabi niya, Noy, bagay talaga sa iyong mag-lawyer. Diba? Okay lang, maski mag-resign ka, pa-eskwelanta ka. And that was my go signal. I actually risked quite a bit because I already had a stable job. I was a permanent plantilla employee already of DNR ERDB. Information Officer 2. For those mga kawani ng gobyerno, salary grade 15. I resigned from that job and took up law in UST Legazpi. And awa ng Diyos, nakapasa naman tayo kagad. And here I am now. I am a practicing lawyer. And I am here standing on this podium before you, speaking about my experiences so far, diba, in the context of leadership, how to be a youth leader. So that is my story of self-discovery, and your story might be a little different or a little similar to mine. But the important thing is, ngayon na bata pa kayo, take this opportunity. This is your time. This is your time to really seize the moment. Kasi ito yung pagkakataon nyo na makilala nyo yung sarili nyo. Later on, mas magdadalian na kayo sa pagdedesisyon ninyo kung ano magiging ano ninyo, profession or vocation. So, that's the first point. Self-discovery. Na take it as, parang you have to actively pursue it. Second, about leadership naman. Know that leadership is a way of life. And leading others, no matter how small the scale or situation, di ba? Kanina diniscuss natin, di naman yan sa kung gaano kataas ang posisyon mo, kung may posisyon ka at all. But leading others can make a big difference. Whether you are leading a small group or organization or club or a big organization, ba you have you're an elected officer or some similar position, or even if your leadership consists simply of guiding and taking care, for example, of a younger sibling or relative or a friend who looks up to you for advice and guidance and counsel. No matter the scale or context or situation, the principles of good leadership remain the same. Diba? From what we discussed earlier. Yung akala mong maliit lang na role mo ngayon, yun pala ay makakapagpabago ng buhay later on. You never know. Because you are a good leader even at that small level. You have the power still to make a great impact on a big level. So that's the second point. And the final point would be this. Even if your leadership role takes you to greater heights of responsibility, never lose track of the basic principles of leadership, di ba? Yun yung doon tayo umiikot kanina, whether big or small. Yung principles remain the same, the application remains the same. So kahit ngayon na, for example, later on, some of you might end up in high places, in government, in business, or in other sectors, but the principles will remain the same. You apply it just the same. In other words, you should keep your feet on the ground. Remember that a higher office or position also entails a higher degree of responsibility and accountability to your followers. You are serving them, after all. So as the power and resources entrusted to you increases, then your standard of service should also increase. I believe we're all aware of the sad situation that we are currently in our country, no? Where many of our supposed to be leaders use their power and resources in their hands, not to serve their followers, in this case, their constituents, the citizens of this country, but rather to serve themselves, to perpetuate themselves in that position of power so that they can also perpetuate their ability to enrich themselves at the expense of the Filipino people, many of whom are suffering. Diba? There's so much suffering, there's so much poverty going on, and yet they've already lost track of the true essence of leadership. Because of that, these leaders have ruined not only the lives of those who are already suffering or caused the suffering of others, but also they have ruined their own credibility and their moral ascendancy to lead, even though they continue to be in positions of authority. Sana po wag tayong maging ganoon. Always keep following the true north of your moral compass. As youth, much is expected of you. Kasi, nasa inyo yung potential Nasa inyo yung pag-asa. You have diba, kanina isasabi natin, there is a lot of human potential and human capital in a youthful population. And that's you. As long as you do that, you can stand tall and firm, knowing that you have done what is right, and that your future generations will inherit for all posterity a good and honorable name and legacy. Diba? Yung value system ninyo, yan ang magiging pinakamahalagang pamanan niyo sa susunod na henerasyon naman ng youth. Kapag nag-approach na din kayo sa akin na on the way out of youth na, yun naman ang may papass down mo to the next generation of youth. Diba? The future of our country, of our nation, right now, is in your hands. And that would be all. Just mabalos po. Thank you so much.
Sound. All right, thank you so much, sir. What I discerned and comprehended from your talk is that it's not about the role we play, but always about the goal to serve. With that being said, what's up, student leaders? I can't hear you. What's up, student leaders? Okay, thank you so much. Our thanks are yours, Attorney Emerson Renara, for your insightful talk. But before we proceed to the next part of our event, we highly encourage everyone to please visit the official Facebook page of the Bicol University. And from there, please look for the post about today's event's live stream so that we can stay connected to everyone regarding this event. At this point, let us prepare the spotlight for another inspirational leader who will give us a comprehensive discussion about the power of youth vote. Our next speaker completed her primary education at Bitano Elementary School and her secondary education at Aquinas University High School. She earned a Bachelor of Arts in Sociology from Bicol University and later obtained her Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Santo Tomas Legazpi College of Law from 2016 to 2020. She is very much aligned with our topic about youth vote, as she served as election assistant 2 at the Commission on Elections, or COMELEC, and she is currently the acting regional election attorney and election officer for COMELEC in Legazpi City. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give the stage to Attorney Connie C. Del Castillo. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Lorian. Diyos marahay na hapon po sa Indogabos. To our youth leaders, professors, and organizer of this event, Diyos marahay na hapon po. It's my honor and privilege to talk about the power of youth vote. Alam niyo po, isa sa mga pangunahing mandato ng Commission on Election ang pagtitiyak na ang mga mamamayan ay may sapat na kaalaman at impormasyon hinggil sa proseso ng halalan dito sa ating bansa. Naninindigan ang Commission on Election na ang susi ang voter education sa pagkakaroon ng matagumpay at makabuluhan na siyang nagluluwan ng isang mayabong at dinamikong demokrasya sa bansa. My talk for today is composed of 2 parts. The first part is I will introduce to you our new machine. Ito yung machine na gagamitan natin for the 2025 national and local election, ang tinatawag nating automated counting machine. And the second part of my talk is the power of your vote, which is the youth vote. So let me proceed with my demonstration of our automated counting machine. But before that, sino po ba dito ang registered voter na? Pwede ko po bang malaman? Pakitaas lang po ng kamay. Huwag mahihiya. Sino ang registered voter na? Sino ba ang boboto sa May 2025 national and local election? Oo. So once 18 years old ka na, pwede ka na pong bumoto provided registered voter ka. So doon sa boboto sa May 12, 2025 national and local election, I want you introducing to you our automated counting machine. Ang tawag po namin sa kanya is ACM. Next slide, please. Okay. just an overview, ang statistics ng registered voters sa buong Pilipinas is 68,697,596. Next slide. Specific sa Region 5, 4 million po tayo sa Region 5, 4,068,142. And sa Albay, next, 944,112,000. And specifically sa Legazpi, which is my jurisdiction, meron sa Legazpi 147,619 na registered voter. What are the positions to be voted ngayong darating na eleksyon? Yan po ang mga positions. For the national candidates, we will elect 12 senators and 1 party list group. Sila yung mga party list representative. And for the local positions, 1 member of House of Representatives, sila yung mga congressman, 1 provincial governor, 1 provincial vice governor, and yung member ng Sangguniang Panlalawigan. And sa cities and municipalities, isang mayor, isang vice mayor, and yung Sangguniang Panlunsod for cities and bayan for municipalities. Sa BARMS, yun, simultaneous siya, merong isang regional parliamentary political party and parliamentary district representative. Next slide. Eto, these are the important dates. Daanan lang natin ano yung mga important dates for the coming election. By the way, ang Commission on Election, nagpapalabas siya ng tinatawag naming calendar of activities. Dito siniset ng Commission on Election, ano ba yung mga gagawin, ano ba yung mga ipinagbabawal gawin pag pumasok na yung tinatawag nating election period. Election period for the May 2025 national election will start on January 12 to June 11, 2025. Anong significance? Bakit kailangang alam natin yung election period? Pag pumasok na ang election period, merong mga activities na bawal gawin, may mga activities na dapat gawin at bawal gawin. First, kung aware kayo doon sa tinatawag na gun ban. Lahat, just in case yung mga parents nyo may barel or may mga firearms, though license yan, pag pumasok ang election period, automatic, walang force and effect yung kanilang license. So, bawal na nilang dalhin ang mga firearms outside of their residences or place of business. So yun, kahit may lisensya, ang sabi ng komisyon, revoke, automatic. Kung may mga security guard, halimbawa, yung mga officials or mga private individual, automatic din, marirevoke yung license nila na magkaroon ng mga bodyguards. Ano yung purpose nito? Kasi in the commission, gusto natin yung election natin maging free, orderly, honest, and credible. So as much as possible, gusto ng commission on election na i-regulate yung mga pwedeng abusuhin. Like kung may firearms, dapat makontrol para maiwasan ang violence. Hindi magamit yung mga firearms during election period or during campaign period na pwede mag-cause ng threat or violence para ma-force, halimbawa, yung botante na iboto si ganito or ganyan. So, yun po. And also, nagsiset ang Commission on Election ng tinatawag nating campaign period. Ang campaign period, nagkakaiba-iba yan. Depende sa possession. For national possession, medyo longer yung period of campaigning. Pag mga local possession, shorter. Like eto, sa campaign period for national election, February 11 magi-start yan hanggang May 10. So, expect nyo, by February 11, madami ng mga ads sa TV or madami na kayong makikitang posters as part of their campaign. And for local possession, March 28 to May 10. Shorter yung period niya. And on May 2 to May 7, meron ang COMELEC na kinoconduct na tinatawag nating final testing and sealing. Ano po ba to? Etong mga machines na gagamitin for election, dinadala na to sa mga schools na tinatawag nating voting center. Etong mga machine, ititest ito ng mga teachers na nag-serve as electoral board. So parang days before election, ititest ito sa mga schools kung gumagana siya. And then, i-report kung may mga nagma-malfunction para mapalitan. Para just in case pag dumating na ang May 12, ready na ang lahat ng machine for election. And also, we have voting for overseas voter. Iba kasi yung date ng overseas voting natin. So, we have separate dates at meron din tayong local absentee voting. Ito, pwedeng bumoto in advance yung mga PNP personnel, Armed Forces of the Philippines, yung mga media, or pwede din yung mga teachers na nagsiserve sa election, pwede silang bumoto ahead of the scheduled May 12, 2025 election kasi on the day of election, they will be performing election-related activities. So, just in case na-assign sila sa lugar kung saan hindi sila registered voter, pwede silang, may separate date na pwede silang bumoto. Pero doon sa mga sa local absentee voters, national possession lang ang pwede nilang botohan and manual yung way ng voting dito. Of course, election day, ang highlight ng event, May 12, 2025. And we also set a date wherein yung mga candidates magpa-file ng kanilang SOSE o yung Statement of Contribution and Expenditures. By the way, lahat ng kandidato may limit yung expenses nila sa campaign. 5 pesos per registered voter. Pero pag President and Vice President, nakaset yan na 10 pesos. So doon makikita ng Commission on Election whether yung mga candidates sumunod sa prescribed expenditures na sinet ng batas. Next. Okay. Ito yung, para sa mga boboto, ang voting hours natin is from 7 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock in the evening. Medyo malawig yan kasi ang isang machine is expected to receive mga 1,000 ballots. So, hinabaan natin yung period ng voting. And aside from that, dun sa mga senior citizen, PWD, and their assessors, pati dun sa mga pregnant women, mas may extended time kami sa kanila. As early as 5 o'clock in the morning, pwede na silang bumoto. So medyo mahaba yan 5 o'clock hanggang 7 o'clock. Exclusive yan sa mga senior citizen, sa mga PWD and their assessors, and pregnant women. Kasama yung assessors nila. Pagdating ng 7 o'clock, pwede just in case hindi sila nakapunta sa voting center, pwede pa din sila makaboto and they can also avail of the express lane. We also have priority polling place. Merong separate na area or room para doon sa PWD, senior citizen, and pregnant women kung ayaw nilang umakyat doon sa second floor. So yan yung isa sa mga innovation ng Commission on Election. And also, doon sa ating mga persons deprived of liberty, yung mga nakukulong na wala pang conviction, they are entitled to vote. So, pwede silang bumoto from 7 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Next. Okay. Sino lang ang pwedeng bumoto? Ang pwedeng bumoto, yung registered voter. Pero dapat, andun kayo sa listahan na ipapalabas ng COMELEC. Ang tawag namin doon sa listahan is Election Day Computerized Voters List or EDCBL. Binibigay namin to sa teachers ng mga EDCBL. Doon, yun yung magiging reference ng teacher kung pwede kayong bumoto or hindi. So, dapat nala sa listahan kayo at hindi na manually cross out kasi pwedeng nasa listahan kayo pero naka-receive ang COMELEC ng order from the court na tanggalin yung pangalan nyo. In that case, ima-manually cross out namin kayo at hindi kayo makakoboto. Or, andun yung pangalan nyo, may manual cross out kasi nag-avail na pala ng local absentee voting. Or, naka-receive kami ng certification sa isang office sa Maine na sinasabi na nag-avail ka na or isa ka sa mga overseas voter. So yan, dapat andun yung pangalan sa listahan at hindi na manual cross out. Next. Okay. Simple lang yung pagboto dun sa mga boboto. Eto ha, hindi kami nagre-required ng voter's ID or any identification para kayo makaboto. Enough na andun kayo sa presence ng electoral board para makaboto kayo. And andun yung pangalan nyo sa EDCBL na hindi na manually cross out. Kailan lang i-require yung voter's ID or any identification? Pag halimbawa, andun ka na sa harap ng teacher at may nag-contest ng identity mo, sinabing, ay, hindi naman yan si Juan de la Cruz or hindi yan si Connie. So, that's the time na i-require ng electoral board na mag-present kayo ng ID. Pero syempre, pasigurado, just in case, dapat may dala kayong ID para just in case may mag-contest ng identity nyo, may ready kayong proof na kayo talaga yon. And don't worry, kasi po, dun sa EDCBL, andun yung pangalan nyo and andun din yung picture nyo. Pero kung nagpa-register ka, way back then, nung high school ka pa, so medyo mahihirapan yung teacher to identify kasi high school ka pa pala nagpa-register. So, mas maganda pa din na may ID just in case i-question nga yung identity mo. So, titingnan ng electoral board after makita yung pangalan nyo sa listahan kung may indelible ink na ba kayo sa kamay. Kasi ang presumption, pag may indelible ink ka na, nakaboto ka na. Hindi dun sa presinto, maybe somewhere sa ibang presinto. So yun, isang way para maiwasan natin yung tinatawag nating flying voters. Okay. Pag clear naman yung fingers mo ng indelible ink, that's the time na bibigyan ka ng electoral board ng ballot. Sample ballot. So pag binigyan ka ng sample ballot, ipapakita sa'yo ng teacher, etong ballot na ito clear, walang shade dapat. Papakita yan sa inyo na clear, walang shade, and kasama nito, ibibigay sa inyo yung ballot secrecy folder. Kasi dapat, pag bumoto kayo, secret. Hindi nyo dapat i-expose. Next, so pupunta, once okay naman yung ballot, clear, at may ballot secrecy folder ka na, that's the time na pwede ka nang bumoto. Reminder namin, bawal mag-overvote and bawal mag-undervote. Ano yung overvote? Kanina sinabi ko sa senator, kailangan 12 lang ang bobotohan. And dito sa balota, nakalagay din, for senator, 12 lang ang bobotohan nyo. So dapat, hanggang 12 lang ang iboboto nyo. Kasi once nag-13 yung binoto mo, since ang machine, hindi niya alam kung sino yung first 12 na binoto mo, ang gagawin ng machine, wala siyang ika-count. Pag nag-overvote ka, kasi wala naman siyang way to predict na, ay, eto lang yung mga kandidatong first 12 na sinade nito. So, yun, wala siyang mariread. Pero pag nag-undervote ka, undervote, ibig sabihin, halimbawa, 12 ang nire-require na senators, pero bumoto ka lang ng 10 kasi sa tingin mo, hindi pumasa sa standards mo yung remaining candidates, babasahin niya yung 10 and maglalagay siya ng note doon sa receipt nito na undervote. So yun, doon lang sa overvote, hindi magde-decide yung machine kung sino doon ang babasahin niya. So instead, wala siyang babasahin. So yun yung reminder namin. And next, after shading, ang reminder pala namin, dapat fully shade yung circle. And after that, saka nyo na i-feed sa machine yung inyong ballot. Once finid nyo na sa machine yung ballot, magre-reflect dito. Mamaya, dun sa gustong mag-try, makikita nyo, once finid nyo yung ballot, magre-reflect yung scanned copy ng ballot dito sa screen. Makikita nyo. And front and back. So makikita nyo, pwede nyong scroll, pwede nyong i-zoom. Yung dati po, wala. So, yun. And, magpiprint siya ng tinatawag nating VVPAT. Yung Voter Verifiable Audit Trail. Doon sa VVPAT or resibo, lalabas doon yung printed kung sino yung binoto mo. So, nakalabas sa screen yung scanned copy na finid mo and hawak mo yung resibo kung sino yung binoto mo. So, may way ka to check sa screen and sa resibo. So, yun. And after that, magpapalagay ka na ng indelible ink sa teachers. And labas na po. Kasi bawal po tumambay sa loob ng classroom. Hindi pwedeng kung yung kasabay mo, yung kaibigan mong bumoto, aantayin mo. Hindi pwede. Bawal po yun magstay sa loob ng polling place. Next. Okay. Ito yung mga reminders namin, especially doon sa mga youth na mahilig mag-selfie. Remember, first, ingatan nyo yung balota. Kasi itong balot, meron tong mga security features. By the way, ang balot po is present specific. Ibig sabihin, kung sa isang classroom, isang present siya, yung machine at yung balota, specific lang doon for that classroom. So kung may mag-attempt na itakas yung isang balot, i-feed doon sa kabilang classroom, hindi yun babasahin, i-reject ng machine kasi present specific ang machine sa balot. So yun, may mga tinatawag tayong security features. May QR code. Dito sa pag in-scan tong QR code, makikita kung saang present siya belong. Pero yung mga cellphone nyo, hindi nyo siya makikita kasi dapat may specific na parang program ba ang tawag or app para mabasa siya. So yun. And gumamit ng ballot secrecy folder para hindi ma-expose yung inyong boto. It's also one way of securing na or hindi makita nung katabi mo ba kasi pwedeng yung katabi sinisilip kung sino binoto mo. So, remember, yung boto natin is sagrado. Tayo lang ang nakakaalam at ang Diyos. Next. Ay, sige po. Pabalik po muna. Back. Yan. Etong reminder, huwag kukunan ng picture ang balota. Yung resibo na ilalabas ng machine at yung screen. Okay? Bawal yan. Election offense po yan. Once nahuli kayo ng electoral board, pwede po kayong kasuhan. Ano lang naman, saglit lang naman kayo mag-stay sa kulungan, mga 1 year to 6 years. Ganon ka-grave, nag-selfie ka lang. Minsan sasabihin, ay hindi ko po alam. So, kaso ano, yes. And second, huwag maglalagay ng anumang marka dito sa balot. Careful kasi halimbawa may dala kayong juice sa voting, may dala kang pineapple juice, natapunan to, isang botante, isang balota. Since yung pagkasira ng balota is because of your act, hindi ka na po bibigyan ng isa pang balota. So dapat ingatan po. And sinabi ko na kanina, huwag ilalabas yung balot, yung voter receipt, marking pens, and yung ballot secrecy folder doon sa classroom. May isang instance lang na pwedeng ilabas yung balota sa classroom. Doon po, meron kami dito sa Legazpi na PDL voter. Meron kami nasa 200 plus na PDL na bumoboto. Para sila makaboto, may support staff kami na kukuha ng balota sa kanya-kanyang presinto at dadalhin doon sa detention center. Yun po ang isa na pwedeng ilabas yung balota sa voting center. After makaboto ng mga PDL doon sa detention center, ibabalik yan ng mga support staff doon sa classroom or doon sa polling place kung saan yan kinuha. At yung teacher, pagkatapos bago mag-close ng vote, yung teacher kasama ng support staff and yung mga watchers, yung teacher ang mag-feed doon. Sige, next. Next. So, ito po ang ating machine. Next. Okay. Ang mga upgraded to. Sabi nga nila, ang ina-upgrade based sa needs. So, and updated. Tulad ng mga, siguro yung iba dyan, alam na yung update sa news natin kanina, yung kay Maris Racal at sino nga yun? Kanina lang din kasi napag-open ko ng Facebook, to. So, since madami nag-react, mukhang alam nyo, pero hindi ko pa nabasa. So, updated din po ito. Rico Blanco? Ay? Yun. So, yun. Yung ating ACM, meron siyang 14 inches adjustable touchscreen. Adjustable siya kasi pwede siyang ibaba. Tapos, yung touchscreen niya, meron siyang anti-marites. Ang tawag namin dito is yung, siyempre, we have to preserve the sanctity of your vote, kaya may ganyan siya. Both, hindi muna natin lang. So, yan. May anti-marites, and meron siyang, yes po, 14 hours battery. At meron po dito battery. Ang purpose natin, para just in case, since nasa Albay po tayo, mag-brand out, merong backup battery. So, kahit mag-brand out, 14 hours po yung gagana. So, tuloy ang eleksyon, tuloy ang botohan kahit mag-brand out. Ano pa? Merong auto-align features po ito. Kung yung mga bumoto na dati, may tendency na mag-paper jam, itong auto-align features niya, maiiwasan daw yung pagpi-paper jam. At nag-undergo na to ng stress test. So, tinest ito bago i-deploy sa amin kung ilan seconds lang siya stress test mag-scan. And may automatic receipt cutting. Dati kasi yung resibo ikakat pa ng teacher. Ngayon, automatic pag nag-print yan ng receipt, may cutter na. Yes po. And kung dati, yung mga teachers gumagawa ng box para ipagdeposituhan ng resibo, ngayon, meron na din siyang built-in ng receipt. Kasi hindi natin ilalabas yung resibo after nating ma-check na nabasa niya yung binoto nyo, i-deposit natin dito. So, yun po. And more accessible. Kasi sa mga sa PWD, meron tayong headphone. So, after ma-scan, maririnig niya kung sino ang binoto. Meron ding mga, may iba pang features like ito. So, yun po. Next. Yan mo yung mga component. Meron kaming binibigay sa mga teachers na mga smart card. Etong yung smart card, kailangan niya para ma-operate ang machine. So, ibig sabihin, hindi lang kahit sino pwedeng pumindot dito at mag-ooperate siya. Kasi, lahat ng parang gusto mong i-open yung voting nito para ka maka-start ng voting, hawak ng teacher yung mga card na isusok-sok lang dito para sumunod ka sa command niya. Halimbawa, gusto ko nang i-close yung pagboto kasi 7 o'clock na. Etong mga smart card na hawak ng teacher, ito ang gagamitin niya para sumunod yung machine. At may mga pin po yan, every teachers. So, hindi gagalaw. Halimbawa, wala yung chairman, nag-CR lang yung chairman, gustong galawin ng ibang kasama niya, hindi niya po magagalaw kasi kailangan yung pin ng bawat isa sa kanila. Gusto niya mag-transmit habang nasa CR yung chairman, hindi niya po magagawa. Kailangan yung pin nung lahat, yung tatlo. Next. Yan po yung ibang paraphernalia. Yung case niya, dati, binibit-bit lang to na nakakahon. This time, meron kaming parang attache case, hard case, which is splash-proof. So kahit daw ibato mo to at mahulog sa tubig, hindi siya papasukan ng tubig. So secured. And kung ibiyahe man, shock-proof po ito. So hindi masisira yung machine. Next. Okay. Yung kaninang sinabi ko, yung ballot mismo, meron siyang mga security features, yung timing marks, may QR code, front and back. Next. Next. Yan. Etong machines, actually po, ano po ito? Ang dinesign to ng provider based sa hinihinging specifications ng COMELEC. So, bago po ito. Although, hindi po namin to binili, nilist lang po ito. Kasi, ang experience namin, yung mga biniling machine ng COMELEC, hanggang ngayon, nagbabayad kami ng 2.5 million per month para sa rent ng warehouse. Hanggang ngayon po. So, kahit hindi na actually nakatipid yung komisyon kasi kailangan naming bayaran yung warehouse nun kasi hindi pa namin pwedeng i-dispose. Medyo mahaba, ma'am, ang procedure ng disposal ng mga government properties po, di ba? So, ito, mas practical, so nilist na lang po ito ng COMELEC. Pero, the specification, based doon sa provide ng COMELEC, na ito yung mga kailangan namin. Ganito dapat mag-work yung machine. So, yan. Dalawa yung mode ng pagboto. Pero sa Pilipinas, meron tayong OMR, yung optical mark reader, and merong direct recording. Yung direct recording, yung touchscreen na. Pero yung gagamit ka ng touchscreen, pwede lang yon sa mga overseas voter. Kasi yung batas natin, nakaspecific, dapat OMR. So, gagamit pa din tayo ng ballot and ipi-feed natin para ma-scan. And yun, yung voter receipt printing, result generation, and digital signing. By the way, pag nag-close na ang voting at 7 o'clock, automatic po mag-generate na yung machine ng tinatawag nating election returns. Dito sa election returns, nakasummarize na doon ilan yung na-receive na boto ng kandidato. After maka-generate siya ng 9 election returns, that's the time na magta-transmit ang teacher. So, ibig sabihin, the whole time na ongoing yung voting, hindi nakakabit ang machine sa any transmission device. Hindi siya nakakamit sa internet. So, to avoid yung possible na hacking, ang time lang na pwede siyang ikabit sa transmission device is kung natapos na ma-print yung election return. Ibig sabihin, yung kandidato, yung PPCRB, yung media, at yung COMELEC may hawak ng resulta. Saka lang siya magta-transmit sa CBOC or sa City Board of Canvasser or Municipal Board of Canvasser. Saka lang yan magta-transmit sa media kasi may server po ang media for transparency. Sa PPCRB, so may way of comparison kung tama po ba ang na-transmit nitong machine doon sa CBOC or sa ibang server kasi may print out na po yung kandidato ng result doon sa presintong yon. May copy na yung kandidato, may pinopost po yung mga teacher sa labas ng election return. So, may check sila. Transparency. And for the first time po, yung may isang building na nirent ang COMELEC para dun sa national level, andun yung PPCRB, yung NAMFREL, yung media, and yung iba pang accredited nila na bibigyan ng result. May way sila to compare para alam na kung ang pumasok sa kandidatong ito is parang 10, dapat sa lahat ng server, 10 yung pumasok na boto. So, sa isang building lang po sila para easy yung comparison ng lahat ng may server. That's one way na ginagawa ng COMELEC para transparent at hindi i-question. Kasi yung iba kini-question, baka iba daw yung pumapasok sa server. So, sila mismo, yung mga accredited na organization and yung media, may way of comparison sila. Next. Okay. We have, by this time, nag-constitute na kami ng mga electoral board. Nakiki-coordinate kami sa DepEd para humingi ng listahan ng mga teachers na willing, able, and qualified to serve as electoral board. And on the day, yung meron kaming schedule ng FTS, yun nga sinabi ko, days before yung actual election. Yung mga features nito, may open voting, and closed voting. Next. So yun, pag na-transmit na yung result sa mga server, magpiprint yung machine ng other copies ng election returns na ibibigay naman sa mga watchers. So magpiprint siya ng additional 30 copies. Next. Okay. Next is voting experience. Pero later na siguro, after ng program natin, kung sino yung gusto maka-experience. Kasi parang kukulangin tayo ng oras. Ipi-place lang namin tong machine dyan sa likod para yung gustong maka-try how to vote, pwede pong bumoto. Now, on the second part of my talk, ngayon alam nyo na kung paano ang magiging proseso ng pagboto at pagbilang nito. Let me now move to the exciting part of my talk about the power of your vote, the youth vote. Tanong, sabi nila, kung isa lang ako sa 68 million na registered voter, ano naman ang halaga ng isang boto? Kaya bang baguhin ng isang boto yung resulta ng eleksyon? Magbabago ba ang takbo ng bansang ito kung boboto ka or hindi ka boboto? Yes. Young people today are the future leaders and decision makers of tomorrow. But more importantly, you are the voters of today. In this digital age where access to information, platforms for expression have expanded, your voices, your opinions, and your votes are more important than ever before. Our country, in a country where elections are closely contested and the political landscape can change overnight, your vote is an essential tool for shaping the direction of this country. Your participation has the potential to influence policy decisions, bring new perspective, and drive change. Today, we will explore how the youth vote in the Philippines can make a powerful impact and why it is important for young people like you to use your vote as a tool for a positive change. The youth vote in the Philippines is a force to reckon with. In the 2022 national and local election, alam nyo ba na 38% ng total registered voters are youth or young Filipinos? So, by that number, you can make a leader. This makes youth a key demographic in any election, whether national or local. The youth vote in the Philippines is powerful because young Filipinos are deeply invested in the future of this country. One of the top priorities of young Filipinos in these days are the quality and accessibility of education. Young people want leaders who will prioritize reform in education sectors, ensuring that every Filipino, regardless of economic background, has access to quality education. With a growing population, in terms of job and economic stability, with a growing population and the rise of automation and global competition, many young Filipinos are looking for politicians, or let me say leaders, who will focus on creating job opportunities, offering better wages, and ensuring economic stability. In the wake of corruptions, scandals, and perceived inefficiency in our administration or in the previous administration, young voters are increasingly demanding transparency. So as we want to provide transparency and accountability and ethical governance. You, young Filipinos, want leaders who will fight for good governance, root out corruption, and make public service more responsive to the needs of the people. On the issue of social justice and human rights, young Filipinos now are passionate advocates for social justice. Their concerns about social justice drive them to support candidates who champion human rights and equal opportunities for all. And also, young leaders, young voters are highly attuned to these issues that are demanding political leaders to take bold action to protect the environment and create sustainable policies for future generations. The power of the youth vote in the Philippines is amplified by social media and technology. In terms of information and advocacy, social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, TikTok have allowed young people to access political information and engage in debates and raise awareness about important issues. And also, social media allows youth groups to organize rallies, discussions, campaigns at unprecedented scale. While social media has its downside, particularly on the spread of misinformation, many young Filipinos are also using this platform para mag-conduct ng fact check. Kasi in times ngayon, nagagamit na yung technology para mag-spread ng misinformation. You can also use that same technology para i-fact check yung mga information na yon. And recognizing the role of social media as a means to influence voter, ang Commission on Election po nagpasa ng isang resolution para i-regulate yung use ng social media as a means sa pag-campaign. Kasi as of now, alam natin, since eto yung mga yung social media, ginagamit sa campaigning, ni-regulate siya ng Commission on Election, requiring all candidates and representative ng mga political parties, including yung mga representative ng candidates na nag-ooperate ng mga social media account, na i-register ito sa Commission on Election para may accountability yung mga candidates sa paggamit nila ng social media sa campaign nila. So, while the power of the youth is undeniable, several challenges remain. Isa daw noon is many young people face barrier in registering to vote or lack access to information on how to vote. Dito po, kaya ito po yung objeto namin, pumupunta po kami sa iba-ibang schools, sa mga barangay, para i-educate yung ating mga botante. And hindi pwedeng excuse ng mga estudyante na hindi sila makakaboto kasi hindi sila nakarehistro. Kasi kami po, ang Commission on Election, open po pag may registration hanggang Sabado. And open po ang COMELEC hanggang even on holidays para makapagpa-register. So walang pwedeng gamiting excuse ang mga estudyante na hindi nakaboto. Also, some young Filipinos feel disconnected from the political system, believing that their vote won't make a difference. Mind you, youth, your vote will surely make a difference. The rise of disinformation and political manipulation on social media presents a threat on the integrity of youth vote. Kaya ngayon po, kung isa kayo doon sa 6 million na registered voter, ano po ba ang halaga ng isa? Remember, kung may 99 votes, hindi yan magiging 100. Matters a lot. In conclusion, let me say that the youth vote is a powerful and transformative force. It's clear that the youth have the power to drive change and shape the country's future. It is important for young Filipinos, you, young leaders or youth leaders, to remain informed, engaged, and active in political process. When you vote, kahit isa lang po yan, you are making a statement about the future you want to create for this country. The power of your vote isn't just about number. It's about the collective will to come together to push for the change you believe in. Naniniwala pa din po ako sa sabi ni Gat Jose Rizal na ang kabataan ang pag-asa ng bayan. Kaya sa darating pong eleksyon, and remember, voting is a sacred right and duty. Ang pagboto ay paraan na maipahayag ng isang botante ang kanyang saloobin at damdamin. Ang bawat isang balota ay nagsisilbing boses ng bawat isa sa atin. Nagiging pantay-pantay tayo sa eleksyon, mayaman ka man o mahirap, or babae ka man o lalaki. Bawat isa, ito yung responsibility na binibigay sa atin. May pananagutan tayo sa magiging resulta ng halalan. Kaya't, bakit ka boboto? Kaya sa darating na eleksyon, ang panawagan po, hindi lang ng Commission on Election, siguro panawagan to ng buong Pilipino kasi you will create the future of this country. Let your voices be heard. Go out and vote. My dear youth, tulad nga na nakalagay sa na-receive kong program, Liwanag 2024. Gusto kong sabihin na sa inyo or kayo ang liwanag. Let your limits transcend beyond the flames. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Sound check. Thank you so much, Ma'am Connie, for that very informative talk. With regards to the talk of Ma'am Connie, there is a saying from John Wesley: act as if your single vote or the whole election is dependent on your single vote. So to the 32% young voters, 68% remaining, and everything in between, this upcoming 2025 elections, we would like to remind you to be critical, vote wisely, vote responsibly, because the future of our society and the world at large depends on our own hands. So at this point, we proceed now to the awarding of certificate and plaque of appreciation to our resource speakers.
Citation reads, "This certificate of appreciation is presented to Attorney Emerson B. Ranara and Attorney Connie C. Del Castillo for their invaluable discourse, insights, and expertise shared with the participants of Liwanag 2024 Youth Leaders Assembly held at the Bukal Amphitheater given this 4th day of December 2024 at Legazpi City." Signed by Lee H. Bongon, President of the BUHS-CBICA, Professor Teresa M. Ranieses, the Advisor of BUHS-CBICA, Dr. Maria Teresa M. Abainza, Unit Head, Busales HS, and Dr. Lorna M. Minya, Dean of the BU College of Education.
May we request Ma'am Tet, Ma'am Teresa Ranieses to please proceed in front, and also for our guest speakers po for the awarding of certificates. Again, thank you so much to our resource speakers. The message delivered to us by our two esteemed resource speakers were especially relevant for us youth, the future leaders who will shape our world. Through that, we are able to recommit ourselves to the mission of fostering leadership that knows no bounds and recognizes no limits.
Yes, that's right, Lorian. At this point, let's proceed to another highlight of this event, the competitions. But before that, let us first recognize the judges who will bring a wealth of experience, impartiality, and dedication to the table.
Once your name is called po, kindly please stand up na lang po. So as a jump start, we have our first judge. He is a faculty of Busils HS, a Juris Doctor of Bicol College, and have earned postgraduate certificate in Community and Peace at the American University of Sovereign Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Jericho Villarin. A round of applause, please.
For our second judge, she is a faculty of the Busils HS, a graduate of Master of Arts in MAPE, and a professor in the BU College of Education in the Bachelor of Culture and Arts Education program. We present to you Miss Christine Joy Nerick.
And last but definitely not the least, our third judge. He is a Busils HS faculty who graduated cum laude at Bicol University College of Education, currently pursuing master's degree at Bicol University Graduate School under the program Master of Arts in English Education Thesis Writing. The former advisor of Bicol University High Communications Arts Society and the Bicol Region Representative at Philippine Business for Education Scholar Alumni Network. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Jo Marie Magallanes. A round of applause, please. At this juncture, we will present to you the guidelines and the criteria for judging for the different competitions. First, we have the slogan making contest. For the slogan making contest, for the guidelines of the slogan making contest, we have the theme for the poster shall be announced on the spot. The slogan shall not exceed 16 words in total. Submissions must be legible or written neatly. Materials, organizers will arrange for all necessary materials including paper, pens, markers, etc. Period of contest. The slogan making contest shall take place over a period of 60 minutes or 1 hour. All participants must finish their slogans during this time. Judging criteria. Originality, we have 30%. This includes creativity and distinction of the slogan. Relevance to the theme, 30%, which includes reflection on the theme provided. Clarity and impact, 20%, which includes conciseness, clarity, as well as the power and inspiration it brings. Next, for 10%, we have the slogan's ability to convey a message in a few words as possible, also known as brevity. And another 10% for the language and structure, or the correct grammar, spelling, and word choice, for a total of 100%. How to submit? The final slogan shall be forwarded to the organizers of the competition on or before the deadline. The backside of the slogan must have the name and school name for identification. Participants must conduct themselves with good sportsmanship throughout the contest. Plagiarism in any form is grounds for disqualifications. Awards. A certificate of participation will be awarded to all participants for the slogan making contest. The medals of best slogan, second best slogan, and third best slogan will be awarded to the top 3 performers in the category of slogan making contest. Other participants will receive the Medal of Distinction, and the participant with the best slogan will be awarded with a plaque. So as you can see on the screen, we have our facilitators for the slogan making contest, and may we also have them in front, Anne Caitlin Vista and Det Gabriel Agripa. So all the contestants for the slogan making contest, meet your facilitators. They will be the one who will guide you, and just approach them po if you have queries and questions. So to all the participants for the slogan making contest, our facilitators will accompany you to the contest area at the back. Thank you so much. Okay, so we will have an additional judge for our competitions. Our judge for our competitions also includes our resource persons, Ma'am Connie and Sir Emerson. We will now proceed to the guidelines and criteria for the poster making contest. So, the guidelines for the poster making contest theme. The theme for the poster shall be announced on the spot. Participants must create a poster that indicates the theme given. Materials, the organizers will arrange for all necessary materials. Period of contest, the poster making contest shall take place over a period of 60 minutes. All participants must finish their posters during the time. Judging criteria. Creativity and originality 30%, relevance to the theme 30%, visual impact 20%, technical skill 10%, cleanliness 10%. The final poster shall be forwarded to the organizers of the competition on or before the deadline. The backside of the poster must have the name and school name for identification. The participants must conduct themselves in a respectful and sportsmanlike manner. Any form of cheating, plagiarism, or unsportsmanlike behavior will lead to immediate disqualification. A certificate of participation will be awarded to all participants. The medals of Best Poster, Second Best Poster, and the Third Best Poster will be awarded to the top 3 performers. Other participants will also receive the Medal of Distinction. The participant with the Best Poster will be awarded with a plaque. As you can see on the screen, we have our facilitators, Charisse Rain Lobiano and Kristen Antonia Afundar. May we also request our facilitators to proceed in front. So all the participants for the poster making contest, here is our facilitators po. You can approach them if you have any questions and queries. And to all the posters po, participants, you may proceed po with them and they will accompany you po to the back for the contest proper. Thank you.
For those po na walang contest, the machine from Comelec po is available at the back for if you want to learn and have a demonstration on how to use it. So they have it at the back and you can go there if you want to see it.
So all the participants for the slogan and poster making contest, good luck and may the odds be in your favor. Thank you.
And now for the last competition, the extemporaneous speech contest. Contest format. The topic will be announced on the spot. Participants will have 3 minutes to prepare a speech after the topic is given to them. Speeches shall conclude between 2 to 4 minutes and a maximum of 5 minutes. Participants shall not deviate from the given topic. Participants may not use any visual aids, notes, nor electronic devices while presenting their speech. For the judging criteria, content is 40%, organization 20%, delivery 20%, language and articulation 10%, time management 10%. Speakers will be timed and warned at the 4-minute mark and then again at the 5-minute mark. Exceeding the time limit will result in a point deduction from the total score. Participants shall treat the judges, audience, and other competitors with respect. Misconduct of any form and failure to observe the rules will result in immediate disqualification. The decision of the judges is final and irrevocable. A certificate of participation will be awarded to all participants. The medals of Best Speaker, Second Best Speaker, and Third Best Speaker will be awarded to the top 3 performers. Other participants will receive the Medal of Distinction. The Best Speaker will be awarded a plaque. For the format of the extemporaneous speech contest, the judges will draw lots of names of the extemporaneous speech contenders, and the name that will be drawn will proceed here on the stage and will be given 3 minutes to make their extemporaneous speech. Also, they will also draw lots for their topics. So the topics for the extemporaneous speech contenders will be drawn from lots by the contestants themselves. They will be given 3 minutes to prepare and a maximum of 5 minutes to give their speech.
Heads up to all the contestants for the slogan making and for the poster making. The theme for slogan making will be the power of youth vote. And for the poster making, we have what makes a great leader. Again, for the slogan making, we have the power of youth vote. And for the poster making, we have what makes a great leader. Thank you.
For the extemporaneous speech facilitators, we have Maxine Kahapay and Nadine Esquivel. Please approach them if you have any questions regarding the event, and we invite them in front for the participants to see. In that regard, extemporaneous speech participants, please proceed in the second rows for you to be easily identified. Thank you. Please proceed. On the stage na lang pala yung extemporaneous speech contenders dito sa provided seats on the stage. Na kayo mahiya. By the way po, for the extemporaneous speech contenders, your timer will start once you open the draw that you have drawn.
First contestant for the extemporaneous speaking, sir.
The first contestant is Miss Ashley A. Dazal of Systems Technology Institute College, Legazpi.
Sound.
Your timer will start now.
Why youth should care about the result of election? Good day to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to all judges and students.
3 minutes thinking time. Start mo na to. Your timer for formulating your speech will start now. One minute left. Your time is up. We will now start the timer for your speech.
Why youth should care about the results of election? Good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to all of judges and students here. I think why we should care about the result of election because we are the one who vote for them, and it's our responsible to know who are the winners and who are to be the leader to lead to us. And as a youth, I should know who are those who win if they are capable to do their things and to lead our another position well. And this result as a youth could be the one the votes taken will affect us in our future because as a youth, as the time goes by, those results will be the one who affect us if we vote the wrong person, like we are the one who will be suffer for that wrong mistake. So we should know who those who will if they are capable enough. So we should know this and let
Thank you so much po. time, ilan yun? 3:39. So contestant number 1 had 3 minutes and 39 seconds left of the 5 minutes.
We shall proceed to the second contestant, ma'am.
Contestant number 2 is Miss Kyla Marine Joy Pontuya of Computer Arts and Technological College Incorporated.
Your time to formulate the speech starts now. One minute left. Your time is up. Your timer for the speech will start now.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's so amazing to see many young people gathered here today making a difference. My question is youth vote truly the key to breaking the cycle of political corruption? Nowadays, youth vote is one of the most important tools. Why? Because this is the way to improve our communities and the development of our nation. So, it is breaking the cycle of political corruption. Maybe, because sometimes it can't. People choose if they do what's right and what's wrong. So, as a youth vote, as a youth, you need to think and choose wisely for a politicians that can do the right thing and can serve us to a betterment of our nation. and can lead us and treat us a good for our nation. Together, as we vote a person that can lead this kind of qualities that can inspire, motivate, and guide towards to achieve that goal, can break the political corruption, we can build a brighter future that we'll be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our second competitor. She had 3 minutes and 21 seconds remaining.
Thank you so much, contestant number 2. We shall now proceed to contestant number 3.
For our contestant number 3, we have Miss Sabina Luis M. Fajardo from St. Raphael's Academy of Legazpi.
Your 3 minutes timer starts now. One minute left. Your 3-minute timer is up. Then your 5-minute timer will start now.
Everyone gathered here at this very room, I have a confession to make. And I know every one of you has too. Deep inside your hearts, I know there is this certain person that you wish you always wanted to elect during the election days. And as a youth and as an underage minor, I am not yet eligible to voting. But every time this day comes, I have this exact person that I always wanted to vote. And of course, just keeping it to myself because nowadays we are open to internet and every social media platforms where we can search up the candidates for the elections, and we are open to these things because almost everything, every credentials of that certain person is already up in the internet and we can all read it. And for me, as a youth, I am also open to these things. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sabina Luis Fajardo, a speaker from St. Raphael's Academy. My question is, passionate or experience, who would you elect? As a student, I am not distant into things that are like elections because even in my elementary days, elections are normal in schools, right? The SSLG, the club organizers, all of them has this type of elections when the day comes. So for me, I was also open to these things because I was once a business manager of our school in my elementary days. And for me, being passionate has always been in my heart. Because even though you are experienced, even though you have experienced all of these things since you are in elementary and let's say you are already in college and you are faced in the same situation, experience is not just the basis of your knowledge or your education in that level. Being passionate on what you are doing is always been effective to others because being passionate on what you are doing leads you not just to yourself into a betterment but also your subordinates or your members. You can all lead them into a better solution for a problem. Let's say there is a problem in a school. If you are passionate about being a leader, if you are passionate about your position, if you are confident enough that you can lead your members, all will be well. So in my case, I will always choose someone who is passionate because being passionate can all lead to success. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our third contestant. She had 1 minute and 37 seconds left of time.
Okay, let us now proceed to the fourth contestant.
Our fourth contestant is Miss Caitlin R. Dizon from Forbes Academy.
Your 3 minutes timer starts now. You have 1 minute remaining. Your 3 minutes is done. Your 5-minute timer will start now.
Good afternoon, judges, my fellow delegates, and of course our audience. My question is, does true leadership require personal sacrifice? Well, first thing first, I want to define what is true leadership. One of our speakers actually a moment ago defined true leadership as someone who is initiative, someone who is service-oriented, and actually personal sacrifice, though it may be a little bit too much, but it is actually true. So I do agree with this question. True leadership requires so much personal sacrifice. And one of our actually, one of my quotes that I still follow to this day, one of these quotes is, leadership is not being a boss. It is to serve others and put yourself aside momentarily. And actually, one of those quotes came from our principal, Sir Ben V. Sinita of Forbes Academy. And it is true. True leadership requires personal sacrifice in terms of time and effort of a person, of a youth leader. And I have my personal experiences in personal sacrifices in the terms of leadership. I'm actually the SSLG Vice President of Forbes Academy, and my experience in the first semester, it was very time-consuming. It took time. I go to school very early to create a successful event, to serve others and to serve my fellow students, my fellow classmates, to make them happy and feel belong. And during this, it also took very much of my time. I go back home almost already 8 o'clock in the evening. And that is the evidence that it took personal sacrifice. It strays you away from hobbies or even activities that you might as well enjoy yourself. But for me, leadership is worth it. Leadership is also an activity. For me, it is an activity or even a hobby that I enjoy myself. I enjoy serving others. I enjoy making them happy. And I definitely enjoy creating events, creating proposals, going back to the office just to sign the proposals. And when the event is succeeded and when the event has ended, it makes it life-lasting. The joy that you get from it is life-lasting. So that's why I agree that while true leadership does, it may differ, but while true leadership does have personal sacrifice, I believe that it is worth it. True leadership is worth it. Because as you go through it, you do not only empower yourself, but you also inspire others and help others and also empower themselves and grow. And as the event's motto, the leadership in words and action for the advancement and growth. And that is why that I believe that true leadership requires sacrifice, personal sacrifice. Once again, I am Caitlin Ardison, a delegate from Forbes Academy, proudly representing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, contestant number 4. She has 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining. Your 3 minutes timer will start now. One minute remaining. Your 3-minute timer is up. Your 5-minute timer will start now.
Before all else, I would like to acknowledge the presence of these beautiful minds present as a panel of judges and my fellow extemporaneans, student leaders, and luminaries. As we would like to say in our Benedictine community, good afternoon and benedicite. The question I was given is, can leadership be taught, or is it an innate quality? Well, for one, my favorite fervent leader once said that you are a beacon of light. Over the a billion people in the world, I think that everyone has the chance to become what they think they can. And a leader, I don't think a leader wakes up one day and chooses that, okay, I'll run an election. Okay, I'll be a leader for this group. Okay, I will be the light that people see. No, I think that a leader is born a leader. And each one of us can be, if we choose to be. And I have 3 reasons to support this claim. 3 L's, as I would say. And it's actually just a summary of this very insightful day. The first L is law. No one is above the law. But when something guides us, when we have a tight grip on maybe morals or a belief, a principle or a value, it can be such a moving force that we can choose to be something someday. We can choose to be a leader. And the next is life. We are all humans in the same and single world. And I think that the motivation to improve the quality of life is because we are inspired to improve one's life as well. To become a leader isn't actually a choice. As I've said, when we are moved by something, we are caused to translate this into action and not just words. Life, because one person can actually change millions of lives. And we can form this chain reaction that no one has ever seen before. And the third L is light. When we are inspired by something, we not only choose to believe in this inspiration, we also become the inspiration, which is the very essence of being a leader. When we become a leader, we choose to step forward and lead more than just ourselves, a group of people, or maybe even a nation. When we inspire, we become the leader we never thought we could be, or the leader we aspire to be. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. She has 1 minute and 53 seconds remaining.
Okay, we shall now proceed to the last but definitely not the least contestant. Actually, we had a hard time how we're going to pronounce your name. Please just correct me if I'm wrong. Is it Ethan Matthew C. Aureliana? Tama. Okay, very good. That was very challenging. And from Divine Word College, Legazpi.
Your 3-minute timer will start now. One minute remaining. Your 3 minutes is up. The 5-minute timer shall start now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ethan Matthew C. Orellana, a grade 11 student from Divine. And my question was, the true measure of a great leader. When I saw that question, I was quite perplexed to what it really meant. So I pondered on what the answer could have been. But eventually, I stumbled upon a story of mine from the past where I was chosen to be a leader. So, the story goes like this. My Filipino teacher asked the class to make a movie about the story of Romeo and Juliet. This was a Filipino class. So we were provided with an English movie so we can understand better the essence of what Romeo and Juliet is. But we have to make our own twist to it. As the leader of the group, I suggested we should make Romeo and Juliet, but gangsters. At the time, it was quite mind-blowing to everyone around me. The class was like, what? That's crazy. Are you stupid? But I was like, no, you don't understand. We have to, wow, teacher hero, our Filipino teacher. So, we went through with it. But, in the production process, I went a bit, shall we say, crazy. I went a bit too far with the idea of Romeo and Juliet as gangsters and lost the essence of what Romeo and Juliet is, which is a story about how too much love can kill you. And when I reflected upon that memory of me as a leader, I said to myself, what happened? Why did such a good idea at first turn into something so, as my classmate said, stupid? They were right. But in actuality, I was more secretive. So when I actually provided the ideas, they were unprepared. They were just there, standing there while the camera was pointed at them, and they were looking to me for guidance. But I couldn't provide that because I was stupid. So, the true measure of a great leader, in my opinion, is that he should be more understanding of his followers, his or her followers, because great insight can be gained from your followers, not just yourself as the leader. The hard way, because lo and behold, Teacher Hero gave us an 86 on the. You will be a great leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He has 8 seconds remaining.
Thank you so much to all our contestants for sharing your knowledge and for inspiring Sir Gilbert I. Andes. Rosalinas. For the St. Raphael's Academy of Legazpi Incorporated, we have Ma'am Angelica V. Reblando. And for the Forbes Academy Incorporated, we have Sir Ronil Kenneth B. Almeniana. A round of applause, please, to all the delegates for today's event. Since we've already witnessed incredible outputs and inspiring presentations that have left us all in awe, now it's time for a brief intermission to relax, stretch our legs, and recharge for the excitement yet to come. Let us welcome to the center stage the Two Steps family. A round of applause, please.
We invite the extempo contestants to return to their seats.
Magpatuloy ka lang men, balang araw mapapansin. Mahihilera rin sa mga magagaling. Patuloy na tiyagain kung anong nais sabutin. Ikaw ang kikilos para maging isang bituin, kaya dapat laging handa ka. Huwag mawalan ng pag-asa, dahil di mo masasabi kung anong mangyayari. Mali mo ikaw naman ang titingalain, kaya magpatuloy ka lang.
I heard you sing a good song. I heard he had a style, and so I came to see him and listen for a while. Drumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words. It could be so complete with his soul, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly. Killing me, killing me, killing me.
Hey girl, what's up? You know I'll pull your bluff. And I had enough of all the games.
She's playing hard to get, like her shit doesn't stay. And I say, hey girl, why can't you just love me? I know I'm just your average Joe, but it can take time to get to know me. So what's your name? My name is Joe. Na 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 na.
We're collecting dust, but our love's enough. You're holding it in. You're pouring it right. No, nothing is as bad as it seems. We'll come clean. Give me a reason, just a little bit enough to set you in the room. Till we get back to love again. Stop. Still written in the scars on my heart. You're not broken, just bad.
Magpatuloy ka lang men, balang araw mapapansin. Mahihilera rin sa
Wow, napakaangas! Isang A naman dyan sa ating audience. Hey! Thank you so much, Two Steps family, for that incredible and superhumanesque performance. You brought groove to the whole amphitheater. Wait lang, okay.
So in front po, we have outputs 1, 2, 3, 4 of the slogan making competition. To everyone present po, na wala ng contest, you can start picking up the pieces of trash po na nagamit na ngayon. And our trash can po is at the back kung nasaan si President Lee po. So patapon na lang, clean as you go na lang po tayo. Thank you!
This is the school we wish to see.